right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're back once again. I'm here with the Paladin, and we are going to be casting some Counter-Strike here at Iesf. Paladin, how are you doing? I know it's a little bit crazy early in the morning for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be some interesting Counter-Strike today. I'm definitely curious to see what it's like in this neck of the woods because, I mean, I don't get to see African CS every day of the week, but here at the ISF World Cup, I mean, the in terms of the qualification system, we get to include every single continent, and that makes me very, very excited.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big draws right now. I think that's one of the exciting parts is just how rare it actually is. And also, like yesterday, we actually saw people showing up in the chat, like caring about it. Like there was individual, sort of support for each country. Obviously, we had some good performances and some less good ones. I would say Egypt and also Algeria were playing really, really well. Definitely Nigeria was struggling a lot more. And it could be the same for Ghana today. It's possible that they're going to have a similar kind of experience. I think Tunisia is somewhere in the middle, so I'm excited about that. But yeah, it's such a rare treat that we have to enjoy it when we're here. Obviously, this is the North American qualifier for those of you who are unaware. That's what we're doing today. So we'll keep following that for a while and get into the Morocco LAN. It's in Casablanca. There's going to be, the LAN stage where you qualify for the actual end of the IESF, which is going to be in Riyadh at the end of the year. So yeah, that's a little bit of a large overview of what's happening. But yeah, I've never seen African Counter-Strike in this way ever before. So I was excited yesterday as well. Yeah. So wait, what time is it for you right now?
It's like 4:48, so it'll be like what 5 a.m. when we actually start the game. So
Nice.
yeah, it's a bit early, but you know sometimes you got to do it for some CS, and I'm always itching for
True.
it. I'm very excited to get stuck into it. I think when I look at the standings here, I feel as though I looked at Tunisia. They had a flawless game to go 1-0,
Yeah.
26-0 in terms of round differential, and I mean, look, that's about as good as it can get. And then you look forward to their potential matchups today, and they get to play against Algeria in the later game. And I think that's going to be a really interesting game considering these two teams were the ones to qualify last year to IESF, the main event. So I feel as though that'll be a bout of kind of the Titans in this group. So definitely keep an eye out for that game. But we actually start with, what is it, Tunisia and Ghana, which I feel like is a pretty lopsided matchup just out of the gates, where I favor Tunisia almost every day of the week.
That's what it looks like. I mean, we'd have to see something truly special. Also, one of the things that we sort of discover, and this is just like a unfortunate, fact of the situation, is that we obviously are in a situation too where it could be hard to even find like a common server where everyone has somewhat of a reasonable playground. And that's just kind of the nature of the logistics of the region. Hopefully, something that can change over time. But yeah, I think overall, what's cool about it too is that obviously these kind of the countries qualify by setting up an actual infrastructure in the country to deal with esports, right? So that's part of being an IESF member, is that you actually have representatives that can sort of delegate for you, and I think that helps overall. Like that helps to push esports forward in that sense in the region, so I think that's an exciting thing to build into the future. And one of the reasons why I think IESF is an interesting project for that reason. So yeah, I think just season by season, year for year, things will just continue to improve over time. So I think that's going to be really, really cool to sort of follow along and witness. And we're still in the early stages in some way, but I think you're right. Tunisia probably look like they're going to be a formidable team. So I'm excited for that too. Shout out to all you guys in the chat. I'm seeing you guys in there still. Hope you'll be cheering for your teams in respectful ways. But it was fun yesterday. You could definitely tell that there was some real pride involved in seeing your own countries play. So that's pretty exciting. Yeah, these are the matches like you could see Ghana and Tunisia, and then later on in the day we got Tunisia versus Algeria. You're right. That's probably going to be the banger matchup I expect.
Yeah, I think so. I always think I was looking at the teams, and a lot of these guys haven't like broken out into HLTV yet. It is an underrepresented region in that sense. I'm looking at players like Remind. He's probably the one player that I could spot out here that I actually recall. He played on that Nasser team that played at Get Rio or that Get Riyadh tournament a while ago with alongside Boros. So I mean, to have a couple players with a little bit more experience on their roster in the form of Remind and Pote as well for that Tunisia team makes me excited to see what it's like to play against their regional rivals. And I'm very curious to see how they stack up against, of course, Algeria, as I mentioned before, who are also the only other team that have NHL TV or Liquipedia members,
Yeah.
and that is Lambda Core, which is interesting enough. I've not actually heard of that name, but I'm actually very curious to see what kind of CS Algeria will provide today. But yeah, overall, I'm kind of very interested to see what African CS looks like in 2024 because they kind of struggled as far as the ISF like main tournament goes. But I mean, I feel like that's kind of expected when you consider the amount of CS they're able to play internationally. I am excited to see what they can provide domestically though, and this is Ghana's roster for you. We I don't think we were able to get them on the stream yesterday, if I'm
Yeah,
not
they weren't.
mistaken,
No, you're
Anders.
right. You're right. They weren't.
And that makes this an interesting one, a debut for themselves on the main stage. And I'm not gonna lie, I love some of these nicknames.
Yeah, we've got some really, really awesome ones. Like Eskimo is obviously, a banger name. Isaac Einstein as well.
Hmm.
That's pretty good. Yeah, they've got it going on. Antenna White, Rennie, and Ives are the last three there. Yeah, I'm surprised because this even happens in like European Counter-Strike. Sometimes players will pick a nickname that's just impossible for any caster to say, or you need some special insight to figure out what it is, and that's obviously the worst thing that can happen. So yeah, shout out to these guys for doing a great job on the nicknames. That's pretty banging.
Well, we look at Tunisia's roster on the other side as well, and as I mentioned before, Remind and Pote are probably the two players that you would notice instantaneously if you are into the trenches of CS and have seen some of these players play. But of course, on the other end of the equation, this is not the Tunisia roster that attended Iesf in 2023. This is Falaise, Rigla, and Chadonj. I'm not necessarily sure we'll go with, but.
Yeah,
But
I
for the
like that.
most part, Chadonj is probably where I'm leaning towards. But I'm excited to see this team play. Of course, flawless to start out, and an expectation for them to qualify. Of course, it's 4 out of the 5 teams to get there. But as far as the 1 seed goes, I'll lean into this team's favor, unless proven
Ooh.
otherwise.
Okay, you might even. All right, that's interesting to think about. Yeah, because obviously we don't have. I mean, Neo and I didn't get a chance to watch them yesterday. We just know that they beat Nigeria or Ghana quite a bit. So yeah, like that. But that doesn't necessarily seem to mean a lot. So I
For
guess it'll
sure.
be it'll be fun to see how this one plays out. I'm a little bit excited for it. Yeah, we did see Lambda Core. He was definitely one of the players that looked like he knew how to play the game at a higher level. But he wasn't the only one. Like there were a couple of different people yesterday. There was a guy called FaZe. There was Bingo, I think over on the Egyptian side. So we had a couple of different players that just looked like they had a more familiarity with the game. Whereas on the Nigerian side, it was pretty obvious that there were some players where this is like really their first experience trying to play at a higher level. But again, like I think that's like part of the evolution of it here at the ISF World Championships. It's like I think it's one of the ways that we'll see these countries kind of like evolve over time, basically.
Yeah, and I think it's a great initiative in that sense to constantly give them the qualifiers and the space to not only have tournaments to play domestically, which is in and of itself a rarity. I know that from being within North America, we ourselves as a region have struggled to get tournament after tournament, but I'm sure it's even more difficult prospect to do it within Northern Africa. And the fact that they not only get the qualifier to actually qualify for a LAN, but then you get another land following that if you're able to get to the main event. That's a huge benefit to both of these teams and the rest of the team, all 5 of these rosters that are in attendance today. Sure, some of them don't have as much experience at the top level, and they're still learning how to play as a roster, but the fact that the opportunity is there is a huge deal, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree. Right, it has to start somewhere, and I like the grassroots approach of it of saying, okay, let's try and build the infrastructure out in each individual country, have them qualify, play each other, and kind of do it like that. And if you keep doing it year for year for year, then there's going to be like more pride involved. More people are going to be like, okay, let's try and see if we can do better next time. Something that Neo pointed out yesterday, which is kind of interesting, is that when there's a chance that for Ghana and Nigeria, the difference between qualifying and not qualifying is going to be down to something like winning a single round, basically. It sounds a bit harsh, but that's essentially true, right? Because like you already pointed out, it's the top four that are qualifying here to the land in Morocco. Which for many people, we heard from some of the players yesterday, that is huge for them. Like the ability to go and get tested on land and get that experience is absolutely not nothing for them. And obviously, you qualify from there and you go on to the main circuit or into the main event in Riyadh at the end of the year. So I think that's an exciting prospect. Like I think even if Ghana are unlikely to be able to do a lot of damage in this game against Tunisia, one round could actually be huge for them. So I think that's something to think about too.
Yeah, that would be huge for both of these teams, which is I've never in all my time in CS I've not ever seen that kind of a situation. But I mean, it could mean the difference between a LAN and having to go home early. So that
Yeah.
will be very interesting to see. They have another matchup against one another, I believe, on the final day. So that'll also be a very important matchup as
Yeah.
far as both of these teams go. But for right now, we get a chance to watch Tunisia take to the stage, and I'm just very curious to see what level we get out of them, how much in terms of a level they're above the competition, if at all. And I feel like they'll have a nice little warm up here against Ghana, seemingly before taking on Algeria later in the day. Do we have the vetoes by any chance? Because I'd love to see whether Tunisia want to repeat that Anubis pickup as they did in the previous matchup. I still don't know where the map pool is leaning for that team right now.
Yeah, it seemed like everyone's kind of able to play Anubis. Like Egypt picked it in that game against Algeria, and Algeria ended up winning it. So it sort of feels like it's a map that the region just enjoys playing. So I wouldn't be surprised if Tunisia are going to be into it. Vertigo seems to be the permanent ban in every, like, no matter where we're watching Counter Strike, nobody's playing Vertigo. Do you have strong feelings about Vertigo at the moment?
I don't like the changes personally. It feels kind of
All
shoehorned
right.
in. They're trying really hard to make it work, and I get it. It's the love child for Valve, but I mean it's not for me. I don't think I would have much rather have a map like a nuke or something. So I mean we won't have that this time around. Tunisia take it out. And it looks like Ghana will pick into Ancient. So a little bit of interesting new territories here for some of these rosters. And I'm curious to see what Tunisia have going into this. And I think Tunisia, they have an option to go into Anubis if they want to, but it looks like they're going to Dust 2. They
Ooh.
left this as a decider in the previous matchup, if I'm not mistaken. So there's clearly a willingness to play this map as well.
Okay, yeah. Some pretty straightforward picks at the moment here, with Ancient and Dust 2 coming out, still leaving the chance for Anubis to be in the pool. And maybe it'll continue all the way to the end here. But yeah, we'll see. I have a feeling we're not going to need a third map. I feel like that's unlikely, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt and see how this one plays out. So far, yeah, they've banned out Nuke as well. This is my favorite map, but I understand it's also probably a little bit more of a technical map. All right, it will be Anubis to decide the whole thing if we need it, if we get there. I think there might be a slight delay in terms of some of the technical stuff, but yeah, pretty good selection of maps. You've got any objections to what they've picked here?
I think for Ghana, you're always going to have to go for a very unorthodox pick here. You can't go into a Mirage or an Inferno, I think. And I think we've seen that they kind of suffered because of it. So now picking into a map like Ancient, I mean, you don't necessarily know what Tunisia is going to provide, but it does allow for at least a little bit of uncertainty in the Tunisia camp, and that alone could get you that one round, that those 2 rounds that you need to strike. Maybe you have a little bit of a pocket strat that could catch them unawares. You get a bomb plan, a cheeky bomb plan, and you win out a post plan. Maybe something can work out in your favor, but then when you move over to like something like a Dust 2 or an Anubis, that's where I think things get really difficult if you're Ghana. And I'm talking a very big game of whether or not Ghana can actually win a map. But
Yeah,
uh,
sure.
if we actually get there, it'd be interesting. It'd be a tough ask in any situation for me to talk about a Ghana victory. But they at least have a good start to not only start on their own map pick, but I mean they'll get to start on the T side seemingly. I'd like to think, and then maybe they can set the tempo. get a pistol here or there, maybe overwhelmed by numbers, and kind of go from there.
Yeah, I think you're gonna come into a game like this one, and you could just tell, like, I think Nigeria became kind of like the baseline, and you can sort of test other teams against them, and you could tell yesterday that some of them were way more prepped. I think at the end of the day we talked to Bingo from the Egyptian side, and I think he was saying that they've been practicing for like almost months before coming into this, right?
Wow.
Yes, that I was surprising to me too, right? Like it's I bet a lot of them are playing in other teams, maybe even in other games around the way. So it's kind of interesting that they're putting this much effort into it. I think that says something about how much it matters to them to actually make it to Morocco. So that's really cool. And so it means if you're Nigeria or Ghana in this case, if you're not showing up with the same level of prep, I mean, it could be super hard to keep up, obviously.
Right, and I mean, you get to join some fantastic teams on land. I'm very excited to see Team South Africa play in Casablanca. They've already qualified from the South African qualifier,
Yeah,
from basically Kitsune Esports. They all played under that banner, but of course, when you come into the World Championship, you get to play under your country's banner, which I think is super exciting. It's an interesting prospect to have, just that country pride to play for,
yeah.
and I think Tunisia will be favored as well. So I do actually think that point that you make about Egypt practicing for months is such an interesting concept, because it really just shows, I mean, how much this matters, how much just the fact that these events are happening are a big deal to
Yeah.
African CS, and it's definitely an underrepresented region within CS. And I think even kind of like European Counter Strike, the only real qualifiers we have these days are like South African qualifiers for
True.
like a challenger here and there. But other than that, there isn't that big platform for them to really take to the stage. And so I'm in a way just not even that surprised that like these teams are just so hungry and so willing to like prove to the world that like this country deserves time in the limelight and deserves a chance to kind of play with the big dogs and get some feelers out.
I think for me, like when I put on like my most like rose tinted glasses, this is like the one of the cool potential promises of esports for the future is that it does kind of connect people over borders, which I think is just like a cool thing. It's awesome to be able to meet people from just all over the world and also travel to some of these places. I'm excited about the idea that there's actually a LAN in Morocco, like a place I've never been before. I think it's really cool. I think it's one of the awesome things about it. Like there are people who enjoy video games like all over the world. So the idea of connecting people, and it's a little bit easier when it's on the internet than it is if you wanted to like have like the regular sports tournament or something like that. That obviously is going to be a little bit more difficult to do on the daily. So I appreciate it. We were bringing up country facts yesterday. So
Okay.
just I just thought it's worth, even for my own sake, because I'm just like it's just a point of ignorance for me. I know where Tunisia is on the map, but it's about 12 million. Call it about 12 million people live there. And then
Okay.
over on the Ghana side, we're getting close to about 35 million ish people. So just slightly different populations. So we noticed yesterday the country size doesn't really matter in terms of the population, especially in some regions of Africa, because people tend to live along the coastlines less than inward in the country. Like Algeria is a giant country, as we discovered yesterday. But yeah. So just for anyone that's keeping up, I think that's just for my own sake more than anything else. I just enjoy the geography of it. I think it's cool to learn about some of these places now that we have a bit of a reason to.
Yeah, why not? Try to just kind of broaden your horizons, learn about what's coming down the pipeline, because of course there's a real case that we might actually have to see some of these teams in a couple of months time in Morocco, and maybe even in Riyadh if they're able to qualify all the way there. So looks like we do have the game ready, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, I hope so. Let's go.
That makes me very excited to see Tunisia make their day two debut against Ghana, who we haven't been able to actually watch on this main stream. So a lot riding here for Ghana. Again, we spoke about how 4 teams qualify to the land of the 5 in the qualifier, with Ghana and Nigeria kind of battling it out for one of those spots. But they'll get to start actually on the CT side. It looks like Tunisia have picked the T side, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll
Okay.
see what they actually elect to do here now that they get to set the tempo.
Well, I'm excited for it. So once again, thank you for your patience, everybody. Let's get right into it. It's going to be Tunisia trying to rush towards this B bomb site. The duelie's actually staying alive for a minute here. There's Wriggler coming up with a couple of good shots. Actually, they're trading somewhat equally at the moment. Tunisia, though, getting the better of it. There's a flank coming in already from Chadonj, and let's see if he can do anything with it. Palace on the other side, getting some good shots in, and Rennie goes down. All right, here we go. Not at all bad. It's Tunisia coming up with a bit of a victory at the start.
Okay, so it looks like the
HUD
logos were switched.
Yeah. Right at the beginning. Yeah, it was a classic, classic issue, but it's fine.
Yeah,
we're back.
All good. I mean, it's a nice attempt there from Ghana. They just want to try and bound their way down the lane and maybe try to overwhelm by numbers, but unfortunately for them, Tunisia had pretty much the exact read necessary. You had aggression from Shelf. You had a player coming in from elbow as well, and they kind of just crunch in on that offense. They can't get into the cave as they were kind of hoping to, and instead Tunisia will get that start that they were looking for. Now they'll rack up some cash on these MP9s. Pretty much a rinse and repeat of that said pistol round, and they should be able to win this round with pretty much no casualties. It's just Falez going down, but most of the cash and the rifles kept up as well. So they'll have pretty much the best start that they could ask for, Tunisia, and really now the onus and the pressure is put on Ghana to try and produce something here now that they have the rifles out.
Yeah, I think something that we saw yesterday when we were watching Nigeria plays that, they just kind of got essentially bullied by just a team that, quickly realized that they were better and then just kept the pressure on. And I think that's a legit way to try and play it. Like, if you're Tunisia, if you get the same feeling here, you feel like, all right, you know what, we can just kind of swing into these fights, then that's a solid way to try and win it. Famas here, all right, spray is pretty decent. Molotov comes out. I do like some of these grenades, though, being thrown out from the Ghana side, and actually they're going to be catching Falez, who was trying to come in on the other side, so some decent awareness here. They at least definitely knew that there was a danger with the flank there.
Ooh, chance for Isaac Einstein, but he can't pick it up. Pote will be there for a quick double. Wriggler, in the meantime, just tosses a nade downrange into mid, and Tunisia will still right the ship regardless of that early aggression from Falez. So Ghana, I mean, it's nice to see that they still have the awareness of what's coming on these A hits, but unfortunately for them, they aren't able to trade as effectively as you might hope. They had two players in the right place, and that's going to be the name of the game. Can they kind of find those trades and try to just get themselves onto a bomb site, get the plant down, and maybe try to play a post?
Yeah, I mean, there are rounds here that look doable for Ghana. That's interesting to think about. If that wasn't the case for Nigeria. Ooh. Here we go. Isaac Einstein taking down Rila right on top of the smoke, and they're going to be pushing forward on the other side. I feel like if you're Ghana now, you might just need to push into this as soon as you can. They're going to go back and try and take a look and run right into the AK here at range. Sport what a headshot to take down Isaac Einstein as well. And that's Tunisia winning another round. But again, individually, I mean, we're seeing a level that does look better than the Nigerian level at the moment. I've got to be honest if we're comparing those two countries. Yeah,
and I mean, I think that'll be definitely something to keep in mind when we move into that day 3 matchup.
Yeah,
between Ghana and Nigeria could seemingly be for a spot at Casablanca. So for right now, I mean, definitely keep your eyes out for it. So far, Tunisia, you can tell that they're oozing with confidence right now, Andrews. They can just feel as though that they've got the ability and the mechanics and more so the protocols to kind of take over here. And for Ghana, there's no complicated default. There's no real strategy in that sense. They really just want to find a trade. And this time they'll find an opener. Eves gets the first on the Wriggler.
Remind walking up, taking down Rennie. Yeah, they've got a great setup here for it. And the flashbang, or they actually just smoked the lands behind them. Probably would have needed the flashbang to break open that stack at the A-bomb side, I think. But I don't know if they even had one for the round. So it's Tunisia winning another round. And all things considered, these are really quick rounds. You can definitely tell which team is the more confident and the more well-versed. So yeah, nothing too surprising just yet. But again, if we did one, it could be a fairly quick match, this one.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to paint a game like that before it even goes live, but I mean, sometimes the statistics, they don't lie. Ooh, missed Molotov there from Pote. Should be just fine considering Ghana are more prone to going into the B site. But this aggression, it's just so unrelenting from Tunisia. And a jump from Falaise, that's bold. That's really bold.
Yeah. Oh, he's actually going through their smoke as well. Like, this is so aggressive. I think that's the kind of move that sort of shows you, all right, we're feeling so confident that we're able to do this. You know, we talked about this yesterday too, Neo and I. Like, sometimes when you feel this confident, that's where you end up losing, you know, a round or two. Not that it maybe is too important for Tunisia, but sometimes that happens. You're just so hungry to get the kills.
Well, hey, this is a doable round for Ghana on the 2v2. Iesf has another chance to make it that a quad kill, but doesn't actually convert the frag. Now he's taking significant damage, and Remind fluffs his lines a little bit.
Nice.
And blink and you miss it. Challenge now in the clutch. There's a real opportunity here for Ghana to post their first.
Down to about 45 seconds, so just at some point need to make up their minds. You could understand why they're a little bit worried about, is there going to be more aggression? Like, where's the next position going to be? Molotov towards the B ramp, and then he's kind of relocated back into the middle here, Chadonge, so interesting to see how that's going to be playing out. We're down to under 30 seconds now. He can make the bomb site, but if he keeps running, I mean, he could also be found here. Oh, he's got a good read on it on the CT side. This is really smart. Oh, no. I feel like this round is going to backfire on them.
Oh, they split up, and that'll be to their own demise. Iesf will go down. And, I mean, Antonor, I mean, he's so far away at this point that there's just no way that he can get involved. 4 seconds, yeah, that should be it. I don't even know how you find Chadonge at this point. And Tunisia will get away with the 6th. It's unfortunate circumstances there for Ghana, but again, as we spoke about earlier, it shows that they've got a little bit more to them compared to Nigeria to at least punish some over-aggression, some overconfidence from Tunisia that I still feel as though it's likely for them to pick up a couple rounds.
Yeah, this one was doable, right? There was a way to do it. I think that's where, like, with a little bit more experience, once you're in the 2v1, you just, whatever call you make, you just follow through on it. Like, both players go somewhere, go together, and just less hesitation, I think, is going to be key to winning those kind of rounds. But again, that's a question of experience, and that's something that we're going to be, you know, again, tracking for these individual regions as we go forward. Rennie will go down at the start. A little bit of a trick, blowing open the smoke there, and the aggression just kind of continues. It looks like Ghana are aware, though. They are setting up defensively at the start of each round because they are expecting Tunisia to kind of be this aggressive, so it makes sense.
Yeah, I like that they're sort of adapting, but right now, it's pretty much all Tunisia all day. Aggression on all fronts. You know, you see them pushed out through A main. They nade open the smoke from Remind, and of course that lane aggression has been also a staple here for Tunisia. Interesting that a Krieg was picked up there. You don't see that all too often in CS2, I should say. So curious to see how that works on the CT side. Definitely not as potent as it used to be, maybe in around that 2019 range.
No, it's not, but there are, every once in a while you get like a player or two that likes to pick it up. I think it's fun. I like picking it up sometimes just for the fun of it, you know, like it's just, you know, makes the game a bit different. Donge going to be taking down Ives at the start of it. We'll try to keep it going. Potential for a little bit of a spray down here, even with the M4A1, and the USP comes out. Sporte absolutely making quick work of the round here. And an 8-0 lead for Tunisia. I like the name Isaac Einstein, like Isaac Asimov and Einstein into one. It's like you know, sort of like a science fiction, like a double thing going on there. I like it.
Oh, okay. You went Asimov. I was thinking just
Newton,
the scientist. Yeah, the Newton.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense too. So we've got like gravity and relativity all in one. I guess that has been like, well, you know, one of the things people are trying to fuse together. I guess so.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the guy to do it. He's just playing Counter-Strike as part-time and solving physics for the rest of the time. That'd be good. We do need that. It's been a while. Oh, well, there's the Krieg backfiring. They stole it on the CT side. A little trophy. Oh, it's only for a minute.
Good kill from Iesf. Pote is there to potentially deal with that. Eskimo punishes Remind as well. So a couple of these aggressive fronts from Tunisia are finally getting rocked by that T side, and smartly enough, they're grouping together here. They have an opportunity to maybe outlast this smoke and go together as three, but okay, they're starting to split up a little bit more. They want to maybe crunch in onto middle if they can kind of rot this clock a little bit, but ready to take some first contact. Falez is still deep in, so he should have some sight lines into this play, but 45 seconds left on the clock, and gonna have to start making moves. That's a nice little off angle there from Pote. Hard to clear, and Pote will double down. Falez actually switches to the P250. Should be able to spot out Eskimo, and he'll double down. That's a crisp work from the Opera of Tunisia as they go up 9-0.
Yeah, again, some of the confidence, like you just whip out the pistol and you keep it going. You don't even care about any rifles or anything. Again, when like confidence is important, I think, in any match of Counter-Strike, but when there's also like the level difference here, you just feel like these rounds are probably, if you're on the Ghanese side here, like, you just feel like you're just flying through some of these rounds. So 9-0 in favor of Tunisia at the moment. Definitely looking like the much stronger team. Spate that's top fragging with 14-3 at the moment, and Shadonj at 10-1. So we got some pretty impressive scorelines all on its own here. And again, the Ghana side they're staying grouped up and they're staying very defensive at the start of these rounds.
Ooh, but this time Rigla actually burns out Rennie and Isaac Einstein. Rigla finds 3 in total. Now Antonor White, Eves, it's really just a damage game. We want to stall things out, and they will punish Falez, so there's an AWP to grab if they want to. And they can keep waiting this out. And while we have to wait this out, and there's Isaac Einstein or John Cruz. It's a fantastic question from our production.
Oh, who's the better? What is the better nickname? I feel like John Cruz is just such a strong name. Like, it's crazy. Yeah. Like whatever, like I imagine like John Cruz, like he has to ride a motorcycle, like or like a convertible or something like that. Like it's just such a crazy name. I love that name. So I'm gonna go on the John Cruz side, even though I am kind of a science enjoyer. But yeah, John Cruz. Oh, for sure.
I'm with you. He's one of the guys that would probably have a ton of tattoos. He's got the leather jacket. And
he's rizzed out, in other words. Like there could have been a real double spray there for Eves. That would have been sick, but Remind saving the round. Tunisia continuing on here, about to make it a 12-0 half in their favor, which would be again potentially a little bit interesting. We'll see if Ghana can do anything to stop it. Ooh, I think Eves dropped here at the start of the round, so we'll see if they can get him back on in a reasonable time fashion. Oh, they might just... All right. Maybe haven't called a pause yet. There's something that we experienced yesterday as well. We had one player drop, and they weren't, like, I think it was on the Nigerian side, they weren't able to get it back as quick, and they just kind of wanted to keep playing. I bet you that connection issues in the region are probably, you know, more of a common thing, so maybe they're just super used to it, and they say, okay, we'll get him back eventually.
Yeah, we were talking about how, I mean, potentially some of these players, I mean, they just want to play out the opportunity more than anything instead of kind of trying to stall out.
Yeah.
And it was always going to be difficult to just find a server to play just consistent CS, and it's unfortunate, but Ghana will not have that 5th player, I don't think, and now Tunisia have a little bit more of an easier time right now. I mean, they can still call the tech pause if they want to try and solve it, but it looks like they'll just try to play it out.
Yeah, it's hard for us on the outside, I guess, to know exactly, because it's also possible that they experience this on a semi-regular basis, and they kind of know that it's you know, it's not worth it to kind of wait for, because who knows how long it could be. All right, they are kind of running around in spawn, so maybe they need somebody to call the tech force for them. Oh, okay. All right. Isaac Einstein. Like, you could definitely tell these are people that they played Counter-Strike before. They're just not used to the level of opposition that Tunisia is currently bringing their way. Although I say that, but Foul is also going down. Rigler could be walking into the shot here. It's Isaac Einstein doing all the work with the AWP. There's a chance still. 1 versus 1. Rennie on the one side. Shadonj on the other. Oh, it's going to be the spray down. Another 12-0 here. Tunisia, they got close a couple of times, but they got the job done.
Yeah, it's like 3 or so 1v1s, 1v2s that you'd think that Ghana was favored in. Isaac Einstein hits a couple of crackers, though. I think that's definitely not what I was considering to happen in that round, considering he didn't have armor either, with 4,300 in reserve. But either way, Tunisia will sit at that 12-0 scoreline, have a chance to keep a clean round differential up and going for them. I think we now do have a little bit of a timeout being called at the very least, so maybe we can get back Eves. He was actually pretty useful for Ghana. He was getting them a lot of important kills. He was
True.
punishing a lot of aggression on that Tunisia side, and who knows, maybe they can try and get him back at the tail end to nab a round.
Yeah, you gotta hope so, right? Like, get him back in, especially for the pistol round. It could be important. You never know. Yeah, they did call a bit of a break, so we'll see if we can get him back online. Never fun to have a connection issue or something like that in the middle of the game, but it does unfortunately happen. So yeah, but I don't know who's do you have a favorite in the server for a name here? I feel like Eskimo is sneakily also like a crazy name to pick up.
Yeah, I think that's a shout out to one of the greatest North American players in Mo. So
True, that's good. Yeah,
I like that shout out. I mean, seeing that kind of North American pride in North Africa is really cool. But Tunisia will just frag their way into the B site. They should get that bomb plant, and it's all onto Antonor White here, and he'll find the first. Should be able to potentially punish Pote. Oh my goodness, they're both flubbing their lives, and Antonor still lives. But there's Chadonge to shut it all down. 13-0 reads the score here on Ancient. That's Ghana's pick, mind you. And I mean, the stats speak for themselves. That ADR is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, they had a really, really good time of it, Tunisia. Maybe even too good of a time. There definitely were moments where you could tell that they were, at risk of losing a couple of rounds just because they were so hungry to get into the fight. But yeah, I think a fairly expected result in some sense. And like I said, from my point of view, it just becomes a bit of a milestone to see. Like, I actually look forward to seeing like future qualifiers for Ghana and for Nigeria to get like a sense of like, is there progress? Like, how, can we see better representation, better players, more preparation? Like, these are the things that I'm thinking about. So yeah, we have to start somewhere. And yeah, but Tunisia definitely looked like a way more well-rounded team. And it'll be really interesting to get them tested against either Algeria or Egypt at some point in the qualifier. I guess we'll have one of those matches up after this best of 3. But I think that's interesting. That's the first map done, ladies and gentlemen. That means we have a second map coming up, but it will be after the break. So stay tuned, and we will be right back. Well. Here we are back into it once again. We've got Ghana versus Tunisia here, the Iesf World Championship. We've got the North African qualifier in here with Paladin, and we already got a chance to watch the first map. This is the second map that's coming up. Paladin, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm happy to be here. It's been an exciting first map. Sure, it was a 13-0, but the road for Ghana to get their first round is still very well and truly on. And Tunisia, they'll go for an old-fashioned B rush, not even without any utility or anything. They're just gonna go straight for the plant, go charging out. Falez will find one of his own, and he finds himself a double alongside Pote. Pote will find a double of his own. So just Isaac Einstein and Tunisia continue their winning ways. Isaac Einstein actually purchased a Deagle. Fun, but won't be able to do anything with it.
On Dust 2 especially, I love buying the Deagle, but on the T side, I think it's just so much fun to like. There's something there, because you don't need to, obviously, they don't have any helmets in the pistol round, but there's something about it that's like, it's so absurd to be killed by a T with a Deagle. At the start of the game, you're like, why did he, like, it just leaves a big question mark in people's mind. It's like, why did it happen, you know? So I enjoy that. Ooh, okay, we're seeing a Nova shotgun and a scout being picked up here on the CT side. So for Ghana, someone to fight back with. See if they can do better on Dust 2 than they managed on Ancient.
Ooh, aggression from Remind with that scout, and they're just gonna go charging mid to B, and that Nova will not come into fruition. I mean, Remind finds two, and I think it's a no scope with a headshot on top. Eskimo down for the count, and I think Isaac Einstein had forced here. Didn't have armor to back it up, but couldn't get it involved. Again, very similar to that of the last round. And Remind finds three on the scout. Not even known to be a sniper of any sort. That's just pure aim, I guess.
Yeah, just having himself a fantastic time, really. Let loose, and all right, we're gonna see more of a buyer win this round on the CT side. So some FAMAS, a P90. Ooh, okay, he sold it again. I feel like the P90 is a more solid choice than people, you know, recognize, especially maybe at this level of Counter-Strike. Like, I think just, you know, sometimes having the extra bullets and being able to run a little bit more while still shooting, I think, you know, it can pay off in certain circumstances. So especially if you get like a huge ping difference. Like, I think once you get above like 300 in ping, I think having the P90 is actually an advantage. So
yeah, I think that it's more the stigma of the weapon than like what it can actually do. It is definitely a little bit underrated, but Isaac Einstein cannot get that scout involved for another round. And I mean, Tunisia keeping it very simple, completely fine with this. I mean, they're just getting the long cross smokes down. They're trying to get these SMGs nice up close and personal, and they'll get themselves a third. I got a fun fact for you. Fun fact about Tunisia.
go on, tell me.
They have only had 2 presidents in their country's history. How crazy is that?
Only 2. Okay, that does sound like I would not have guessed that. That's interesting. We'll see what maybe we can dig into what the backstory is there. So like they're on their second president now, or
I guess so. Shocking. No.
Oh, that's interesting. All right, we need to do more research now. You know, that has piqued my interest a little bit. All right, they're still cleaning up this round rather quickly. Nova shotgun at range already. Not much you can do. The pistol might be better from the window position, to be honest. But he's going to be found all the same. So no real fight back. I mean, if anything, it seems like Tunisia are just growing in confidence, and might even be that Ghana are a little bit more lost on this map. It's like this is such the, like, as much as Ancient could be like almost a Dust 2 kind of clone at times, it feels like Dust 2 still is like the ultimate, like, let's just go our separate ways and fight and hunt for kills. Like that's what this map is made for.
And I mean, all that aggression that you were maybe able to punish on the CT side or on the T side of Ancient, you can't really do it here on Dust 2 when you've got 5 different Ts just running at you from all different sides of the map. They're going to stack actually 5 players on the A side this time around. But it doesn't matter. Remind find themselves a quick double. And, I mean, they found the open B site. Credit to Chidonge, but that doesn't matter. They still want to split onto A. They still want to kill all these players. They don't want to let them save. And eventually they do just charge up from the long side. Eves, Rennie, powering, hoping that they can maybe get a kill back. It's still a 2v3. If they can't find a kill back, maybe it's possible, but Pote, Chadonge, they'll chime in, and Tunisia will find themselves a fifth.
Okay, then. It makes you wonder if Tunisia are able to kind of like switch gears once they get into the next game. If they're going to be able to kind of, you know, remember what it's like to play Counter-Strike at a different level, because that could be interesting if they come in and they're like, oh, we're going to do more of the same, and then they run into a stronger opponent there. But this seems like, again, very one-sided towards Tunisia here. Ooh, shot down the middle. He actually made the jump down himself, I think. Just managed to get the timing right.
He's been hitting that. That's clean work. They're gonna go charging through their own lurk smoke with no flash, completely blind. Rigla will find a quick double here. Antonor White, he'll go down as well. And it's a shooting gallery in a sense for Tunisia, as he said, is growing with confidence, feeling as comfortable as ever. These defaults can't even really be read if you're Ghana. There's not really a direct solution other than, I know this sounds very reductive, but I guess win your gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is like at some point that the game does boil down to that. Like, obviously, if you have reasonable, like a reasonable level between two teams in terms of who can actually fight who, then you get into like the strategy part of it. But right now, I think for Ghana, that is the main obstacle here. Just, you know, trying to even get a couple of more kills on the board here, just to make some of these rounds more doable. But you can tell, you know, if engagement like that one, quite a level difference here. And they're using Molotovs out long. Yeah, they're doing everything they need to at the moment. Iesf finally coming in with a kill on the Ghana side, but it is going to be probably too late for the round here. Isaac Einstein, we've seen him do a couple of things here. He will walk right into the Krieg, unfortunately. So they picked up even more Kriegs now. They're spreading in number.
It's a virus. It's disgusting, really.
The Kriegs are taking over.
Man, I remember the meta that we had with the Krieg and the Og. Were you a fan of that one, Anders?
I thought it was funny for a while, and then it obviously just became too ridiculous. So I'm kind of glad that, I think the weirdest thing about the Krieg is, like, it was good for a long time before people noticed. Like, you know, it's like it was just a good weapon, just nobody had bothered to pick it up. Now we've got 3 Kriegs in play. So yeah, they really are spreading quite a bit here.
Well, it actually is kind of annoying to deal with now if you're Ghana trying to retake the B site, but they still find a way to deal with it. Yeah, there's the other one though. Falez will chime in with his Krieg. And these scopes, they're so pesky to deal with, and it's like Tunisia are willing to take both bomb sites at this point. They plant on B, and they go charging into A. Isaac Einstein again, last alive. We would love to get something as a parting gift, but Tunisia will not let him live. 8-0 for them. And 4 Kriegs now.
Oh, yeah. Every time somebody dies, they pick up another Krieg. All right. Maybe we get back to like the 5 Krieg meta. Maybe it could really happen.
Oh, boy.
I mean,
what
why
year
not?
Is it?
We're not do it? You know, we're having so much. All right, there we go. Yeah, they even I think dropped the AK to pick up another Krieg. So 5 Kriegs in play down the middle, trying to see if they can make contact with anyone. They do a little bit of damage on the Eves, but apart from that, no kills happening yet. They are going to be moving up the catwalk, and again, they're just, like you said, there's no real rhyme or reason to this. It's just each individual member of Tunisia just feels so confident in this fight that they're just gonna, they don't need strategy. They're on the hunt.
Prowl. Antonor White does punish one of these players, but of course, these kills all feel like consolation, as the bomb can still go down with pretty much no issues. Rani will fall. Of course, Antonor's position is already noted, and Pote will find him as well. Tunisia climb up to 9 rounds, and in the meantime, I'll get out another fun fact. Ghana is home to the largest man-made lake in the world, Lake Volta.
Okay, that's interesting. Man-made lake. Why would you? I guess.
I'll give you the reason. It's an important source of hydroelectric power in Ghana. It's 8,500 square kilometers for it. So I guess that's it. It's a big power source for them.
Okay, that makes sense because there's some huge rivers in Ghana like this. There seems to be like plenty of water in that sense, but okay, that's it. It's a good use for it. I'm glad we're getting some facts in here. You know, a little bit of learn a little bit along the way here. Tunisia, it's a good grenade. There's no problems for Porte to pick up that one. Rennie, maybe with a little bit of timing here if he just stays patient. Oh, but he can't quite get the shot off in time. That's a shame. He had the right idea for sure, but not able to do it. So it's Tunisia with a 10-0 lead. Wow. It's, I actually, Nail was talking about this yesterday. I might do the same. I actually really want to see what happens between Ghana and Nigeria now. Like, I'm so curious about that game. So I might just tune in on Monday. I don't think we're broadcasting it on the stream on Monday, but I might actually tune in just to see what that's like.
Yeah, pull up the IP.
Yeah,
I was telling him like that could be the game of this entire qualifier. To be honest with you, I mean it's a chance to play at land, seemingly. So
yeah,
I mean it could mean a lot. Well, that's the first 5v4 I feel like ever for Ghana.
yeah,
and
short-lived.
It doesn't really matter. Rigla just bounds out of catwalk, finds himself 2, and Isaac Einstein, he's got to retake the B bomb site, gets himself an A1S. But buddy, the timer's ticking. You got to get moving.
Ooh, they're pulling out the sick boosts here, looking over the wall of the B bomb site. Oh, it's going to be devastating for Isaac Einstein. Might not have been something that he's seen before. Oh wow, that's brutal. Well, that's 11th round. Round number 12 is coming up. It's the last of the half. And obviously, for Ghana, again, like we said, just get a round on the board somewhere. Find a way to win a single round. I think that would, you know, again, just put them on a bit of a interesting position, playing up against Nigeria again, who also lost both their games yesterday in a 0-13 fashion. So some of these regions, some of these countries definitely having a harder time making their way through the qualifier, but we said top 4 are going to make it, so we know that either Ghana or Nigeria should be able to make their way through here. We've got Remind going down at the start of the round, but still, it's a 4 versus 3 in favor of Tunisia, and they're planted the bomb.
Ooh, Rigla tries to get a little fancy. He'll get punished on the fallback. And Ghana have themselves a 3v3 retake on the A site. Probably one of the better situations they've had for a little while here on Dust 2. And it comes at an inopportune moment. Pote goes flying down. He'll go down. Valez, no scope headshot. Why not? Why not try to just style your way to the end of the half? But he runs out of bullets. That means it's just Chadonge. But at this point, no kit has been purchased. So even if you want to get that defuse, it's not happening. Tunisia, in a peaceful effort of sorts, will get themselves their 12.
I like how he just threw his rifle at the end. He's like, okay, if you're gonna play that game, I'm not even gonna try. It's another 12-0 in favor of Tunisia, and no reason to think they're gonna stop here. So yeah, it's a very one-sided game, like we kind of did expect, but well, we're not seeing any real opposition out of Ghana, not yet.
So what's the purchase looking like for Ghana here? They want to buy a Tech 9. They've got a little bit of utility as well on Eskimo. Maybe they want to just like do a running execute into the B site and then try to overwhelm.
I think that's got to be the plan, right? Like rush B, that's the one strategy everybody knows on this map. So go for it. All right, they're running into Jones at the end of it. There is a flank coming through. So if they're slowed down here a lot, obviously that's really bad news. Ooh,
oh no.
They didn't follow through on the rush. They got slowed down instead, Paladin, and they're getting picked up. Another 13-0. Tunisia able to defeat Ghana here in the first match of the qualifier. I think it's to be expected, but again, yeah, just a huge level difference here for Tunisia.
Yeah, commiserations to Ghana for you know, keeping it close in a couple of rounds. I felt as though they're definitely a step above from Nigeria, at least from what I have heard and what I've seen. So I am looking forward to that matchup between them in day 3. But Tunisia kind of expected here. They have yet to lose a round in this qualifier. 26-0 in their first matchup, I believe, against Nigeria, and 26-0 here against Ghana.
Yeah.
But I'm honestly very excited for the next game because I think we'll actually get to see who the top seed will be from the region between Algeria and Tunisia later on.
Yeah, I bet there's also going to be like a lot more on the line there. I bet these are two countries that are used to battling each other out in Counter-Strike quite a bit. So there could be some some more familiarity even amongst the players in the region. That could be really fun to see. But yeah, I agree. Like that's definitely going to be the one that's going to decide a lot. And obviously, it'll give us a bit of a temperature check for once we get to the land stage in Morocco. That's going to be happening later in the year. That's what we're all here to try and figure out for the North African region, is like who's going to be able to qualify, and then we'll go follow them there and have a bit of an interesting time seeing how that's going to be playing out. But yeah, for Tunisia, this was it's a brilliant start to the day for them. They're warmed up now. They're ready, and like I said, hopefully they can remember that probably the next game is going to be a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, that's definitely the suggestion I'd go with. I mean, looking at players that I'd probably look towards in the following game, Pote and Remind. I mean, Remind honestly didn't have to do much in this game. I was actually expecting him to kind of go crazy, but that aggression was actually punished a lot of the times. But it's really difficult to take a lot from this and apply it to the future matchup against Algeria, just considering, I mean, how laissez-faire they were about the whole game in general. Like, they were just kind of defaulting everywhere and kind of hoping that they'd not really find any sort of aggression or a pushback from Ghana. So it works out for them in the long run, and I am just curious to see how that matchup against Algeria goes. But I think only time will tell.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the real interesting test. We had some great players on the Algerian side as well. Like Lambda Core definitely played well, but I think at the end of it, Nidhal was like the guy that really stepped it up and went above and beyond. So I look forward to seeing him again. But generally speaking, yeah, I think that's going to be like an interesting game. Algeria and Egypt turned out really interesting. With Algeria, they did win 2-0, but it could have definitely been a third map. So I'm interested to see how they'll play. It seems like these are the three strongest countries of the region, at least what we've seen so far. Obviously, when we get to Morocco, we're going to get some more teams in the mix, and we'll see how it all plays out. But yeah, that's not bad. I think we'll see if we can get somebody from the Tunisian side on the call eventually. We'll see if we can hook it up and drop them in, just to get a taste of what of how they feel about everything and what their experience has been like so far. But yeah, we'll give them a couple of minutes to see if they can join the call. But yeah, I don't know if there's not much analysis we can really do of the match itself. Like, it was over pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's always tough. It's always tough in these kinds of situations because, again, I mean, it wasn't really like much of an effort for Tunisia in a lot of situations. They can't just like kind of run out and find every single headshot. And to me, it doesn't necessarily give me enough information to know how their following matchup would go. But it does give me enough information to know that they at least can confirm their spot at the Morocco LAN. I think that with that win, they confirmed their spot.
I believe so, yeah.
So that's awesome to at least know in the back of your mind that the game against Algeria is kind of more of a pride thing and maybe a little bit more of a seeding thing, to see if you can maybe climb the table a little bit more, and then maybe you get a little bit more of a favorable group at the Morocco LAN as well, because I think in their minds their eyes are kind of set for the event in Riyadh, less than the event in Morocco. I think at least that's kind of how I would view it, considering how well they did in last year's setting. So I think that for them, I'll be very interested to see what their perspective is on this game and this qualifier in general. But we should be getting Pote on the mic soon enough, and I think that's the man that we kind of want to talk to the most, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, we'll give him a couple of minutes to join, but you're right. I mean, making the way all the way to Riyadh. I think last time when Neo and I were covering the Iesf World Championships in Yash, it was really interesting. It was really cool to see like how much, like at the beginning of the tournament, you don't have like a lot of teams you maybe don't know and you're not quite sure. But as the tournament shapes up, you get more familiarity. You get to know a bunch of new names. And it's just very interesting, and I feel like people take it more seriously every time. Like it starts to matter, and you can tell that it means some of you to represent their country and see who can fight it out. So yeah, I'm quite curious if we're going to see more and more sort of top players over the years wanting to join, right? Whereas obviously now in the main Counter-Strike circuit, people are just super swamped with trying to play the regular circuit, and it takes a lot of time and everything else. But in over time, I could see a world in which you say, okay, actually, I do kind of want to take some time out and try and see if I can defend my country's honor, so to speak. So that could be fun. I hope that's how the way that it's going. Like leave a week
Yeah.
or something in the year where people are doing this.
And it would be a good initiative. I mean, even now, I think like some regions took it a little bit more seriously. Like you looked at Sweden's team who won last year. They had
Yeah.
ZTR, Plopsky. I mean, these are players that are respectable within their region. Germany, of course,
Yes.
had big academy that were able to go. So I mean, it's already clear to me that some of these regions understand that they can,
Yeah.
really represent their country, have a deep run in these tournaments, and eventually you do get some really competitive games. Like, of course, I think we had a little bit of some of the Mongols members that were able to go there last time. I think Senzu
Yeah.
was there, so that's super exciting. I mean, I think eventually we will get to a point where you can have an exciting competitive world championship, and I think this one is kind of shaping up to be that, at least in terms of the improvements that we're going to start seeing from these players and these teams. It already bodes well for the future for kind of those lesser named regions and teams.
Yeah, I agree. And there's also a women's tournament happening, parallel to this whole
Oh.
thing, which is really exciting. So, either side is representing, and I think that's also really cool. I got to meet a bunch of those players again in Yash last time around, and it was just a really cool experience. So, yeah, like it's broadening the field for different ways of competing inside a Counter Strike, which I think is just always a good thing. Like you get more people playing, more people get familiarity with what it's like to play in a competitive setting and play on LAN and all the rest of it. So yeah, there's a lot of excitement out there. Still just waiting for Pate to join. We'll see if we can get him on the interview just to get a little bit of a quick chat with him. We won't keep him for too long, but just a quick sense of what they feel like, and maybe some questions coming into the next match that's going to be coming up. Oh, we might have him on already, actually. So that's good. That's great news. We'll see. How are you doing, Porte? You able to hear us?
Hello, very well. How about you?
Nice.
Thanks, guys, for casting our games.
Yeah,
Of
you're
course.
welcome. It was a good time. Congratulations on the win. How are you guys? How much time have you guys put into prepping? We asked the Egyptian team about this too. How much time have you been playing together as the 5-man?
It's been years that we know each other. So we played several tournaments already. 2014 for some guys, 15. Presented the country on several competition in Africa or even World Cup, like Iesf Romania last year. So we made it to the finals, Romania. To prepare this tournament, it's been really hard since we have different schedule. Some of us are still studying, other working. So we managed to have some practice time to times, but not regular ones, to be honest with you. But again, since we know each other, so it's maybe much easier to put some
Yeah.
time.
That's fair. That's fair. That makes sense. All right. So a long familiarity. That's pretty cool. How do you feel about some of the to us now? It looks like it's Tunisia, it's Algeria, and it's Egypt that are sort of the three strongest countries in the region. How do you feel about the game that's going to be happening against Algeria? You guys feel confident in that game?
Always we feel confident. Again, we know the guys, like we played them yesterday. We are friends after all, so
Nice.
we feel confident. We open making a good matchup against them, showing a great skills, and I think we're gonna win. I hope so. I don't want to jinx it, but always we play for the win.
Yeah,
Nice.
of course. Well, I mean, it feels like you guys cruised through this game. You didn't really have to break a sweat. What are your guys' aspirations beyond this qualifier? Because it feels as though I think your eyes are more set towards qualifying to the championship altogether. Is that kind of where your heads are at this point?
Yes. So again, to be fair, we have 4 slots in the regional qualifier, the online one out of 5 teams. So
Hmm.
I think we are already qualified. But
Yeah, I
again,
believe so.
we play always to have the number one seed. So picking for the online one, we're aiming to win it all. Then the Morocco qualifier, again, there is 2 slots out of 8 team, and we want the top 1 spot. Especially this year, they put some prize pool. So it's always great to have this. So we have another, let's say, reason to be top 1. They represent the country.
Nice. That's beautiful. Well, we don't want to keep you too long. The next match is obviously coming up, but congratulations so far. It was cool to get a chat with you. Thank you so much for your time, Pote, and good luck on the next game.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Cheers. All right. Yeah, all right. So I like the fact that they had the familiarity within the scene, and they seem to also know the Algerian squad. So that could be an interesting game. That's obviously the one that's coming up next. But yeah, so good to get some input there from Pote. I like that.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, the fact that these guys are all friends with one another, and like they still have jobs, and they're still putting in the time to
Yeah.
be here and compete. I always will give respect to the people that put in that time, no matter what, and more so to just represent your country and have that opportunity to play at a big land. So of course, Tunisia qualifying to that Morocco land, and an opportunity to make that an even better standing in their game against Algeria. So I mean, for me, I'm excited. I'm happy to see that kind of mentality from this team, and I think that with that kind of confidence, it's gonna ooze on the server when we actually get there.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for it. Obviously, that is the next game that's going to be coming up. I think there will be a little bit of a break in between because obviously that first match concluded really quickly. So we'll try and get the schedule back online. But that's pretty much what we've got. We are going to go on a break. And then when we come back, we do have Algeria playing Tunisia. So stay tuned and we'll be back for that. right, guys, welcome back. Thought we'd play a little bit of piano coming back into the game. A new game coming up as well. I hope you're all doing well. How are you doing, Paladin? Everything's good?
I was just being serenaded. I was happy to have that kind of a start to the stream because we had quite an extended break.
We did.
We had enough to eat and enough rest, water, all that good stuff. But now we get to come back for what I thought would have been Tunisia and Algeria, but unfortunately, I believe Algeria have some internet issues, so they can't actually play out that game, which means that we'll have Egypt and Ghana, which is the other game that was going to happen off stream, now in the limelight. So, I think Ghana showcased to me enough in that previous game that they should be the fourth team to move on, even though they weren't able to get around. But on the other side of things, I am looking forward to watching Egypt because you spoke about the amount of practice that they've put in and how much they care, and I want to see where that practice has kind of factored into this team's development.
Yeah, I think they're a really fun team. Like they have a lot of funky players that have their own sort of like highlight reels so far. So I think it's going to be worth it. I think it's going to be good fun. Unfortunate that we couldn't get the Algerian game, but obviously, we're not masters on the internet. It's nothing we do to really change that. So we're at the mercy of that, just like they are. Luckily, they did play very well already, so we're going to be seeing them in Morocco no matter what. So that's, I think, exciting. I'm glad that it's not costing them something on that front. I think that would be a shame. So, we'll cast the game that we have ahead of us, I suppose. For Ghana, I agree. It feels like they are just a little bit up from the Nigerian side. Whether or not that will actually play out that way when they're playing on Monday, I believe, is a big open question. I'm very excited to see how that match is going to be happening. Like, we're not broadcasting the match, but I'm gonna tune in just to check it out. What did you do with your spare time, Paladin? What did you get up to? You get something to drink, eat? Like, it was really early when we started. It was like 4 a.m. when we started. So I guess you got a little bit of time to actually wake up.
Yeah, so usually when it's this early, like my eating schedule is all over the place because my body thinks that like it's like already too late in the day. So I don't necessarily know whether my body knows it's breakfast or lunch yet. So I just tried to eat something. I've been on a gym spree, so protein macros have been the number one thing on my mind no matter what's going on. So I just have a ton of eggs. I had like 5 eggs to start the day. It makes me gassy, but hey, I mean, it gets the protein out of the way. So,
nice.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
goal oriented. I like
Mhm.
it. I don't know if this is the same everywhere in the world, but I feel like eggs is one of those categories that is like at any given moment. Like 1 year, it's like eggs is the most important thing that you must eat for like your future health or whatever. And then it
Yeah.
feels like literally the next year, it's like, oh, it's super dangerous. You could die if you eat too many eggs.
Right.
I don't get it. I'm like,
Yeah.
please, like, just make up your minds. But that's good. I'm glad that you got, like a chance to really wake up. People are asking in the chat if I play like, some Chopin or something like that. No, I'm super bad at playing the piano, but I'm having a great time. I think that's like the most important thing. So I'll give me another like 5 years and I'll promise I'll do a little bit better. But I feel pretty good about this upcoming game. I think it's gonna be Egypt just kind of displaying more of their skill. But it's still pretty interesting because again, we're gonna be going into Morocco with like a very clear hierarchy of who we think are going to be better. Like it seems like it's Algeria, Egypt, and Tunisia that are like the 3 countries right now that are doing very well in the North African qualifier. And maybe it's worth just going over what's happening. Like there's so many qualifiers happening here for Iesf at the World Championship. We've got like the South African qualifier, and obviously at the end of it, it's like West Europe, East Europe. It's and the whole Asian qualifier, which is going to be ending in Chengdu in China. That's in September. This is going to end in the Moroccan LAN in Casablanca, which is going to be happening in August, I believe. So, so generally speaking, it's like we're funneling these different regions into those qualifiers, and then they all at the end, if you qualify from there, if you actually make it through the LANs, you get to play in Riyadh, and that's in November. So, it's a long road to get there. But that also makes it exciting. So we have time to build the stories. So even if we're pretty sure Egypt is going to be doing well in this one, I'm not sure if it's going to, that's fine in a way. Because again, we're building the story over like the whole season. So, we're catching up with them early and I appreciate that.
And I think, the fact that we have so many different lands as on top of the championship, the
Yes.
final world championship is so, so important. Of course, the one in Casablanca will be important to the African region. But as you said, we have the Chengdu one. We have one event in Rio as well for the Pan Esport games.
Yeah.
So that'll also be very competitive. Overall, just exciting initiatives across the board. We did have one BO3 previously, that was Ghana versus Tunisia. And unfortunately for the Ghana side, they fell 0-32. Or sorry, not 0-32, 0-26. What am I saying?
Yes.
And on the other side of this equation, we have them taking on Egypt as well for a chance to get a round on the board. I'd like to think there's a possibility for it, considering
Yeah.
how they played against Tunisia. And as we said before, that could mean a lot in the overarching grand scheme of things.
Have you ever been to any of these countries? I think personally, I think I've like pit stopped in Egypt once, but like I
Yeah.
never really went outside of the airport, unfortunately.
I've lived vicariously through my relatives who have been to Egypt a couple of times, and
Okay.
they've sent me postcards and they've shown me so many different pictures, but I've never actually stepped foot in Egypt just yet. That's one of my key places on my bucket list. I hope to go there eventually because the amount of stuff that you can do there as a tourist and the amount of just larger than life natural wonders,
Yeah.
man-made wonders as well is just so sick to see.
Yeah, I think it's really exciting. And obviously, apparently the LAN scene, like in terms of like actual LAN cafes, is really strong in the region. So there's a chance as well, I guess, to go and like play with locals and hang out. I think that's kind of cool that there's like a real culture of it. Apparently, Nair was telling me this yesterday. Apparently, they have a really strong like crossfire scene going on down there.
Okay.
With a lot of Egyptian representation. So I think that's kind of interesting. Yeah, I would love to go there as well. I feel like maybe Cairo is obviously like the really touristy destination. I tend to shy away from the super touristy stuff. I don't really think it's a lot of fun. I'd much rather go and see stuff like that's more local and stuff like that. Like if we actually do this in every country, I mean, I try and go to like local markets instead of going to like the shopping malls. If I can find like a night market or something to go to, I think that's way more fun, way more interesting. A little bit crazy sometimes if you don't know what you're doing, but I tend to think it's kind of fun. So yeah, I would 100% go to Egypt if I got the chance. Like let's make an Egyptian land happen.
Yeah, no, I'd have an absolute blast. And I think you're totally right. Markets like that, you truly get a feel for what the locals love and what
Yeah.
they kind of lean towards, and you get to kind of like inject yourself into that kind of culture and feel like a local, which is always kind of the best part of it. This is the Ghana roster. We did actually watch them earlier on in the day.
Great names.
Fantastic nicknames. Yeah, fantastic nicknames. And honestly, I thought I saw a little bit of exciting Counter Strike from Eves. We didn't actually
True.
get to have him in the whole series, considering I think he had some internet issues at the end of Ancient. But hopefully he got that all sorted out so they can have that full 5-man lineup. Of course, internet issues do plague the server now and again. It's tough considering they're not like dedicated servers. Africa's a vast continent, and to have
Yeah.
a server where they can actually share is difficult, but hopefully we can get a nice clean 5v5 throughout this game.
Yeah, I think I don't know for sure, but my suspicion is that a lot of the internet routing that happens around Africa basically happens through like optic cabling that goes around the continent. And I mean, I'm sure there is infrastructure that goes through the actual continent, but it could be slower than even the fiber optic cabling that's around it. So even if the countries on a map look like they're close to each other, it could be the case that from an internet perspective and like for like round trip times, it just might be like a lot longer than it seems. So yeah, definitely a huge confounding factor. I think it's another reason why it's so cool that we get the Morocco land, because that will obviously that will level the playing field in a big way. So I think it's just really good. It's really good for building the grassroots level to have these kind of events, where everyone can show up in one place. And even the experience, I mean, something we talk about even in like the main circuit of Counter-Strike, right? Like you can be like a really great talent, you could be playing amazingly online from your bedroom, but going to a LAN is a different experience. You learn something new. So it's great to get more players to have that experience. They can take it back home and like teach their friends and talk about what it was like, and then kind of get into it next time. So I think that's exciting and a good step forward for the region.
I think about Cypher at the Paris Major, at the RMR, where he brought like a Tesco bag for all of his equipment,
Yeah,
and people
based.
didn't like he didn't understand like the kind of how things go there. And I mean that's a more recent memory, but that kind of thing happens to all of these players at some point when they attend their first LAN, more or less. So it
Oh
is
yeah.
a huge learning curve, and I'm actually looking forward to all of their development. That's probably the best part about this initiative, is that you will see season on season that these countries will get more competitive. These qualifiers will be just a little bit more fierce, and that's what it's all about, really, is to make sure that you can bring up the continent or the region as a whole, up as much as you can. And yeah, I you can already kind of see it with Egypt being that third team this time around in the qualifier to actually battle healthily against Algeria and Tunisia. Are there any players here, Anders, that you kind of like to watch in these final few or the previous few matchups? Because I actually have no idea about this team.
Yeah, I'd say probably in this one, I think Bingo looked like he was like the more aggressive, more confident player. Alone was
Mhm.
also playing pretty well, and then FaZe I think had some standout moments. But generally speaking, once they got into it, they did all look like they were really really competent. I don't know if they looked. It's hard to cross games. It did look like they were a lot more confident than Tunisia even. So I'm
Wow.
excited for this one. I think I imagine they're going to be a lot more aggressive than Tunisia were even. I think for the Ghana side, it's going to be, I think, another game where it'll be, if they want to win a couple of rounds here, it's going to be about like playing defensively, hoping that Egypt are just so aggressive and take it too far, and then pounce on some of those opportunities. Which, to be fair, they almost did against Tunisia. But I think it's going to have to be a similar game plan here. But I think, yeah, for me, if you had one player to watch, it'd probably be Bingo at this point. Seems like also a funny name, you know.
I think there's a Chinese player named Bingo, and that was the first player to pop to my mind. I think he played on
Yeah.
like Wings Up or something like that. So that's cool to see the little bit of crossover. They've got the one in the name as well. But
Yes.
here's the pick and bend for you. Ancient being taken away from Ghana, which is kind of crazy that they don't want to opt in for it anymore. I guess that kind of a spanking that they had against Tunisia, they don't want anything to do with it. And I understand. I get it. Maybe they just want to go somewhere a little bit easier for themselves, maybe an Inferno, a Mirage. These maps are definitely open for
Well,
themselves.
it's interesting that Egypt banned out Anubis because they picked it last time against Algeria, and they did lose it, but I mean, it was a really close game. I think it ended in like, the last couple of rounds. So, all right, first map is going to be a Mirage, though. So, like you said, like a more open, puggy type map. That's fine. I'll accept that. I think that's a good map pick.
And where do we go for Egypt? Okay.
Oh,
The
damn.
Vertigo. I mean, I'll be very curious to see how these new changes work out for this team. And just in general, I just want to see a bigger sample size of this map. I feel as though we haven't really tested out the changes all too much. That catwalk is interesting, and that left opening hole, of course, is also a very interesting addition. And I don't even know if we've really gotten just the nade usage as often, and the fact that the CTs can get earlier to fight for ramp as well. So there'll be a lot to discuss when we actually get there. And then if we need it, there is Inferno waiting in the wings, and I think Egypt will be happy with that as well.
Yeah, I was so curious to see Vertigo in that. I was not expecting it. I've been so used to it being banned almost immediately, so I guess I
Mhm.
just kind of wrote it off. But okay, well, we're going to see it as well because it's the second map, so that is kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably not too much like more post analysis we can do or pre analysis we can do for the game itself. Like we'll just have to see how it's going to be playing out. But it's good that we get to see a couple of different maps in there, just so we have some variety in it. I appreciate that. I haven't casted officially any Vertigo since
Oh,
they
really?
changed everything. Yeah, it's my first time, so I am curious how it'll play out.
Have you played any matchmaking or anything like that, like just in real time for that new Vertigo?
No, not even that. I've obviously checked out the map a little bit, but it's gonna
Mhm.
be a bit of a raw experience. I need to get into more matchmaking, but I've been all over the place, traveling around first in Bulgaria
Mhm.
and then in Sweden, and then I've just kind of just got home for this, so there was a bit of esports travel happening, which is always good fun.
Of course, yeah. I mean, in my experience, I think that it is definitely a different map. it's not something that can just be like the changes are not something you can just figure out in a couple of weeks. I think there's going to be
Oh yeah.
that eventual tier 2 meta that develops, and then tier 1 teams snag it, and then it becomes meta over all kinds of levels. So I think I just want to see it picked more often to see if these changes really do make a difference. But the fact of the matter is, it's just not being picked in or even being left as a decider. Even teams that usually opt in for Vertigo in their map pool are not opting in for it. And I know even
Yeah.
in my matchmaking circles, we've taken it out of our pool because we don't want to mess with it. It's something that is just too difficult to deal with. So I'm very curious to see what Egypt's plan is. I mean, at the very end of the day, it is still a very favorable matchup for them. They can just completely ignore that side of the map if they want to. Yeah, it'll be interesting. That is our second map. Of course, we've got Mirage to start off the series, and Ghana has a chance to kind of set the tempo and potentially snag a round away. And if you say that they are as aggressive as they are Egypt, then maybe there's a chance that Ghana can snag one away if they're cautious enough, because they were doing pretty well against Tunisia, all things considered, to at least shut down a little bit of aggression, bring it into like a 2v2 or a 1v1, that a 2v1 as well. And if they can kind of patch those little issues up, I think they'll be in a good situation.
Well, it looks like we're going to find out more or less right now as we headed into it. It's going to be Egypt. Looks like starting on the T side. Ghana going to be on the TT side. And already you can see the rush is on now. And Tenor White up here. This is potentially a good position if he can coordinate with his teammates a little bit. Would be nice. He's not quite sure if anyone's walking up behind him. We can tell that nobody is, but yeah, you need your teammates to start off a little bit and help out before you really go for it there. Good shot from Rennie. He's going to be taking down Bingo, but the bomb is planted, so the clock is running against them rather quickly. Oh, Alone sneaking up, and they're going to win the pistol round.
It's nice, a simple execution onto that A bomb site. And as soon as they get in, sure, they don't have that palace presence, but they just have to wait around a little bit longer. Bingo is very privy to that. Takes down Antenor. And then you had that wrap as well, all the way through the CT spawn, and Alone will chime in for his Glock kill. So Egypt, they actually lose a player here.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that's a HUD issue or not, but I think they can still manage this in the 4v5.
Yeah, and like we saw earlier, they kind of just played on for a while, which I mean, it could be that he's already reconnecting and they're not really worried about it. Like you said, they just have the rifle, so they're probably going to be fine with it anyway. But we'll see if they call the timeout after the fact here. Ooh, looks like there might even be a little bit of a ping issue there for Antonio White. You can sort of see like the stuttering around a little bit. So sounds like there's some typing going on. We'll see if they can fix it and get everybody back on, because that's going to be a little bit more fun. But nonetheless, it is a good start for Egypt, much like we expected here. Oh, there we got everyone back on again. Good news.
I just saw a little bit of that scoreboard. Ghana has somewhere 100 ping plus. I think I was seeing like the range of like 115, 130. So yeah, I mean that's tough stuff. Okay, it's not even that much better for Egypt. They've got around 60 to 50 ping. Obviously, it's much more playable, but still, that is the tribulation that comes with these qualifiers. And as you said, when we get to Morocco, we can kind of get rid of all of those issues. Everything will be kind of fair game on both sides.
Yes.
And we can really see the full level of both of these teams.
Yeah, I think that's one of the cool prospects that's out there in the future for sure. Pushing right through on the catwalk, no issue at all. FaZe and Bingo to open up the round with here, and I think if you have this much of a ping, I think I saw at least one scout being picked up in the round. Probably like any kind of scout or AWP is going to be really hard to play with, I imagine, with that kind of a ping difference. So I would probably opt for something that's with a lot more bullets and somewhere where I can move a lot more, because I think relying on your model to reset when you've got like 150 ping is just really hard to do in a game of Counter-Strike. So yeah, I would expect that, just like I'd say go for a Bison or a P90 or something. That's less punishing if you are still moving a little bit, even if you don't know that you are.
Yeah, and it looked like Eskimo there had a little bit of a stutter step. Again, ping issues seem to be riddling them. But yeah, I'm with you. SMGs seemingly always are the way to go. Wide swinging as deep as possible and making your character model kind of move around and be hard to track.
Yeah.
with, just traditionally using the player model in that sense as with an SMG, it's always hard to track, even if you had normal ping. But then
Yeah.
you add the ping on top of that, and it turns into kind of a nightmare if you're a T trying to hold an angle or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you just keep moving. Use the ping to your advantage if you can. Well, they are picking up an exotic assortment of weapons here. Like Deagle, AWP, Nova, Shotgun on Rennie, and a little bit more to add to it. So we'll see. Missed opportunity there. Good flash to set it up with as well. Alone, just kind of powering through. And it's a recipe that we kind of recognize from the earlier game with Tunisia playing Ghana, which is just like the overall aggression from this time Egypt, but it's a very, very similar template that they're using. Just power on through and react, just never slow down, really.
Yeah, I mean, they're calling these executions straight from spawn. There is no pause in the play style. Like, they're just throwing it pretty much on the run. And Ghana don't have any response in that sense. And, it's always going to be a tough ask to go up against a more competitive side like Egypt, like Tunisia. But again, I mean, it's so much experience that can be garnered from this, and a lot of notes that can be taken. I mean, you run back the demos, you'll see so many issues that crop up that can be fixed when or slash if you qualify for that Morocco land. And you kind of just learn. It's all a learning experience. That's kind of how you should treat this season of Iesf.
Absolutely. And I mean, for some of them too, right? Like, it's gonna be like a kind of a competitive game. Like, it is different playing when there's something more on the line than just you're playing with your friends and trying to win it. It'd be fun if you won. Like, but now you're representing your country. It's just a different experience. So I'm sure that there's a lot to take away from it here. Some of the teams, some of them definitely are more well versed. I think, again, once we get to Morocco, seeing Egypt and Algeria and maybe even like South African team, there's gonna be some competition out there that'll make it I think a lot more competitive and interesting for sure. All right. Eskimo sneaking up, and B2K got caught a little bit off guard there, but I don't think it's going to make a difference in the round. No chance that Isaac Einstein can get onto the bomb site. Again, great name.
Probably one of the best I've seen in a good long while. I'm trying to think of some other good ones elsewhere in the scene. And anyone that crop up to you that you've casted recently?
Really good names. I mean, for those of you who missed it earlier, we had John Cruz from the Nigerian squad. That's an absolutely gangster name. So yeah, I think John Cruz is probably the top of the list for me at the moment. But as a caster, I'll take any name that I can actually pronounce. Like, that's the long and short of it. Like, if I'm not stumbling over myself to try and pronounce your name, I'm generally pretty happy with it. I'll take it. Another bomb plant here, and another really, really swift cleanup. I think if I was coaching the Ghana team at the moment, I would say, guys, let's go 5 in the middle and just try and fight them, or like 5 away, or like I'd try and kind of roll the dice on that and just hope that I can surprise them a little bit. That would be the way to go, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm completely with you. I honestly wouldn't even mind them doing that on the pistol, just straight up, and then wherever they're planting, if they do rush, you just try to go for like a 5-man wrap and hope it works out. Even on these saves, like if they want to save, they can just buy 5 MP9s. I mean, that weapon in this game is so potent, and yeah, I think Ghana hasn't used it enough. They should try to use it as much as possible. And they do have one here in Iesf, but unfortunately he gets completely blinded up by Bingo. And I mean, I'm actually surprised Egypt are using as much util as they are. In that sense, it's more than what I feel like Tunisia showed. Like, these flashes are looking really good. The Molotovs are fantastic. I mean, you can see that, sure, they are more aggressive, but you can see that there's a method to the madness, and they've got a game plan already set against Ghana, which makes this matchup even that much more harder.
I agree. Like, I think you can also see in some of the rounds they will throw the window smoke from T-spawn. Like, there are tons of little details where you're like, okay, this is like, it's on the backbone. Like, they're doing it out of instinct. You know how to flash your teammates. You know, do all these different things, and that will make it that will obviously make it a huge difference. So yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why getting like the Tunisia Egypt like kind of matchups is going to be really interesting. It'll be fun to see how they play out against each other here. One player defending the bomb site with a deal, or was for only a second. Alone is powering through. FaZe is at 13-0, but Alone is at 10-0 as well. So they're having a really, really good time of it at the moment here.
Using Isaac Einstein. Isaac Einstein still not off the mark just yet. Was actually kind of getting some important kills in that previous game against Tunisia. Made it close in a couple of rounds. Nearly was the reason why they were able to get it over the line, but would like to see him come online. He's got a scout ready and waiting, but Uiso just swings out for the fences. It's just such a hard kill to track, especially on high ping. So credit to Egypt to play to that.
I'll tell you what, I brought it up earlier, like, I enjoy going like some of the local markets. Like, one of my favorite things to do when I'm in foreign countries is, like, there's no culture in Denmark of, like, heckling for a price. Like, if you go to a store in Denmark, like, the price is just the price, you just pay whatever is on the sign, right? But I think it's such an interesting culture. So whenever I go, like, I was there, or I was in Turkey for a while, like, you know, arguing with people over the price something should be, it's just a really fun experience for me. So that's what I try and practice sometimes. I go there and I'm like, no, I don't want to pay this much. And obviously I always lose that process because I'm not used to it. Ooh.
Yeah.
Hives. All right. He had a chance for maybe a little bit of a spray down, but yeah, so that's one of the things that I just think is really funny to try and like get into, even if I'm bad at it, you know?
Yeah, and in India, it's a big thing, and I kind of learned about it through proximity from my parents a lot of the time, and it's a fun thing to go through because, I mean, I've tried to test it out myself, and I mean, living in America, you don't, again, that culture isn't there, so
yeah.
When I've tried testing it out in India myself, even though I know the language, they can tell that I'm not from India. Like, and I was born in America, and they suss me out immediately, and I never win. And sometimes I fail dramatically. So
yeah. I mean, you know that's gonna happen. It's still fun. I think it's an interesting concept. Like, it's, you know, especially when you're not used to it. So I enjoy that stuff. You know, I do like this attempted, you know, 5-man stack almost at the B bomb site. Unfortunately, they just picked the wrong site, but I think for Ghana as well, like, you can tell the level difference. We're not trying to sugarcoat anything here, but I think doing that would have been the way to try and do it. I would say do it again, like, just keep stacking one or the other bomb site, because I think maybe that would be a way, if you're going to surprise them, that could be a way to do it.
Yeah, pure gamble. Make it happen. Overwhelmed by numbers, but I mean, if I was Ghana, I would have loved to at least have the T side, so you could just like 5-man rush something every round and then hope it works. But instead, you've got Egypt just running at you like a pack of hungry wolves, and they just are unrelenting. They really just want to get this game over and done with. They want to keep their clean sheet alive in this series, and I don't blame them. Maybe it could come down to, like, you know, round differential being the difference between a 2 seed and a 1 seed. So
sure, yeah,
there is a lot of importance in that sense to get these games and to keep them clean for Egypt.
Yeah, like, why mess around? Why not? Oh, hold on. Actually, was a deal headshot, and Isaac Einstein can't quite get the second shot out there, unfortunately, but there was a real chance. You could tell. Couple of good early kills happening on the Ghana side, but now the bomb's going to be planted at the B bomb site, and I don't think they're going to be able to rotate there in time. But man, that was like the most optimistic round yet for the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, Eskimo fighting that through the smoke, and then Isaac Einstein finally getting activated on that op. But I mean, yeah, if you want to try and retake the B site, good luck. You've got Bingo lodged in a murder hole, and you've got another player deep in market if that's needed, but I mean, Ghana, they're not even messing around with the idea. Eskimo just wants to hold on to this AWP. And I think we might have our first save on our hands here, Anders. I don't even feel like these games have had save rounds involved so far.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is we're learning a lot on the fly here, aren't we? Like, it's an experience. Oh, I'm seeing Frosty in the Twitch chat is saying, let's go Egypt. So, like, that's good. Like, I like it when people show up. Oh, they didn't even get to save. That's devastating. They wanted to. They want it so badly.
Where's the shot back here from Isaac Einstein? I wish we could have caught it, but Bingo, too fast on the trigger. And yeah, B2K, that second shot is actually pretty difficult to hit, so credit to him to nailing that. And now Ghana, last round of the half now. MP5 for Isaac Einstein. You don't see that every day, and we won't see it in this round either. He gets completely sideswiped.
Yeah, smoke went up, but it was just a second too late. Good spray from Eskimo, getting a couple of good kills in there. It's a 3 versus 3. Again, one of the better chances. I think the grenade actually did... Oh, maybe it landed right past Wezo, but they've traded places. Hold on. Yeah, he knows someone's in there. Eskimo's in a lot of trouble right now. Surely they're going to come back and find him. Yeah, they will.
That's unfortunate. You would have loved for him to at least make some havoc for a little longer, but Reddy will pick up the pieces. He finds one. Antonor White does give away his position, though, and that element of surprise could have been very valuable. And now it's just him left up in it as Rennie goes down, and Alone will swing out for a second. There was another opportunity, and I can't tell you how many chances Ghana have had to maybe just eke out a round win in these previous 2 series, but unfortunately the score still stands as the same, 12-0 for Egypt, and I feel as though we're setting ourselves to that same sort of result here.
Yeah, very much, very much. Yeah, definitely. I think stacking was maybe the way to go. Either way, now they're on the T side, so if they can get a single round, I mean, it's gonna have to be the pistol round, obviously, to begin with. But at least they're all gonna be grouped up.
Let's see. Okay, B rush being called. They don't have any utility. Funnily enough, Antonor White didn't purchase at all. We still had $300 remaining. That's unfortunate. Would have loved to have him going through with the purchase, but B2K on the CZ finds 2.
Oof.
Beautiful stuff. You don't see the CZ all too much in
No,
Pro
you really
CS
don't.
these days, so cool to see it here.
Yeah, okay. And that also obviously slows down the rush quite a bit. Like, whatever they were planning now, you can tell. And I think this is, again, where, like, experience comes into it. I mean, we can tell all the little signs, the lack of utility, but also, like, once there's an engagement happening, they just kind of slow down. They freeze up, and now they're like, oh, what's happening next, right? And obviously, at a competitive level, you really want to be the ones making the decision. Like, you want to be the ones taking the initiative and saying, you know what, like, let's, whatever they're doing, we're not going to worry about. Let's just worry about our own game. But they are kind of stuck in the loop a little bit here. And yeah, that's just more evidence to what we already know a little bit, that there is a huge level difference. Ives is alone now in a 1 versus 4. Did make it a 1 versus 3, but he's got about 45 seconds to get something done. The bomb is quite far away from him. Gonna have to go back and pick it up and then probably head to the B bomb side. Right, Alone just covering this. Bots him out. Some damage, but again, like, now the rest are going to start to show up here. And he's picked up the bomb. He's got 25 seconds. He can still make the bomb side just about. So, yeah, knife out. Oh, no. Say it ain't so.
God.
That's so heartbreaking.
That is just the worst way to possibly lose a game, and he just DCs. Egypt will take it 13-0, and it's just waving the white flag, I guess, if you're Ghana, or, I mean, honestly, just circumstances that are not in their control. But either way, Egypt will get that 13-0. They'll move up a map up in the series, and that, again, was Ghana's pick. So they move into their map pick of Vertigo, kind of just grinning from ear to ear.
Yeah, they're going to be fine with it. I wanted to see if he could get there and get the bomb planted. That would have been fun, because they were on the other side. But, yeah, the connection, unfortunately, got to him before he could get there. So that sucks. But, again, it's kind of the nature of the game, unfortunately. So we'll see. Yeah, right. Vertigo is going to be the second map that's coming up. And I expect Egypt to do sort of more of the same. I guess Vertigo is a map where you can get lost a lot more on than on Mirage. So I guess there is a chance that there could be some funky stuff happening where somebody forgets to check a corner or something like that. But I think the Algeria-Tunisia match, I don't know if it's being rescheduled or not. Someone's asking in the chat. That's a good question. We'll try and find that out for you. Apparently Algeria is having some internet issues. So I imagine they're going to try and reschedule it and just push it to a little bit later. But I'll figure it out. I'll try and get some information on that. But yeah, do you have any closing thoughts here, Paladin? Like, what's the takeaway from this game?
I mean, this shows that there is a third team in the conversation in the top levels of this North African qualifier. And, you know, they kept it close against Algeria. They weren't able to take it over the edge, Egypt. But this shows to me that Tunisia matchup against Egypt, of course, will be very exciting, very interesting. And I mean, I'm just curious to see what the hierarchy of this qualifier is looking like. Is there just space for this third team to kind of butt their head in and start to do some damage at
Yeah.
the Morocco land as well? So I don't know. I think that you can clearly see that the practice that they've put in has showcased itself in the server
Yes.
today, and of course individually they still look like they're very capable to stay toe to toe with the top level African side.
Yeah, I agree. Well, let's not delay any further. As you can see, the countdown is there for Vertigo. It's going to be coming up next as the second match, so you don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back and see if Egypt can do more of the same. So stay with us, and we'll be back soon. Well. Here we are. We're back with another map of Counter-Strike. We've got Ghana versus Egypt. It's map number 2 here at the Iesf World Championship. And we expect it's going to be Egypt doing very well once again. There's no hiding it, really. I've got Paladin with me. And we're okay. It's Ives to pick up the first kill. That's not bad.
Oh, but alone with 2 of his own. Alone triples down. That's fantastic war there from the Egyptian sniper. Eskimo is going to try his hardest to hold on for dear life, but it's not to be. Isaac Einstein left up in the clutch. It was a great first kill there from Iesf, but it's just not to be. They can't hold on for any auxiliary kills beyond that, and now at this point, the name of the game for Isaac Einstein is just to maybe find a kill, maybe try to hold on to this gun, but Guiso is there. Egypt will get themselves their first, and Ghana picking the CT side. Again, I feel as though setting the tempo on the T side would have been much rather appreciated if I was a Ghana fan, but unfortunately they'll just have to basically just rinse and repeat what happened on Mirage.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I agree to some extent. Like, it tends to be a lot easier to just be like, all right, let's all go A, B, let's just rush, let's see what happens, rather than trying to sort of fan out on the CT side. You can see on the minimap that's what they're doing. So then you end up with probably like a 2 versus 5 fight or 3 versus 5 in almost every instance. That's going to make it really hard to deal with, especially when you got the run and gun MP7 even put into play for Wesso. So yeah, just very hard for Ghana to deal with at the moment.
You know, on Vertigo, I mean, with this new change, they have already got the lineup for that left side smoke straight away. And they're just throwing that right as they get up into the ramp and then scale accordingly beyond that. And I kind of like that. Again, shows the practice being done by the Egypt side. That they've got the ideas in place, the protocols in place, beyond just the chaos that they've settled in with to start out this game.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what they pick up here in round number 3. They got some rifles to fight back with. Managed to do a little bit of damage in this round, but obviously not enough for it to be really truly close here. 35 injuries. Surely that's a meme. That sign still resets. I don't know. We got the Galil coming out. There's nobody on the bomb side here. Again, I like the idea of Ghana just... I want to see one of these stacks works, where they actually have 5 people on the bomb side, and that's where Egypt show up. I feel like that would be nice. Okay, good read from Rennie. Able to pick up the shot against the lone. He was creeping around the side, but the bomb is still planted.
They want to go in. They still want to maybe see if they can find another killer or 2. They did have a flank brewing for a little while. Antinor will try to swing again. And yeah, Eves will find one on that said flank. Meaning we're still in a 3v3. No kit up, meaning it's still going to be tough to actually defuse the bomb at this point, and they've not been able to clear out B2K. I mean, it's always tough to re-clear those stairs. There's so many different angles you've got to clear, and Ghana will unfortunately have to give away a 3rd round.
Yeah, I think, again, we're seeing in some of these moments that the collective decision making there on the Ghana side is lacking a little bit. It would be fun to try and see them go for like a 5-man retake and just count to 3 and go. I think that's got to be the plan. Like, make it less complicated. Don't try and do any crazy flanks or anything. Just kind of, you know, use the numbers advantage if you have them for a moment there. I think that's the way to do it. Auto shotgun picked up now on the T side. That's exciting. Bingo's going to be out there with the P90, just absolutely wrecking them. Yeah, it's the power of it.
And now you get that auto shotty to come in as well. I think there was a DC in spawn, but
looked like it, yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, damage had already been taken. I mean, it's not like they've even really been opting in for tech pauses this game, so it should be no harm, no foul. We'll see if he can reconnect at the end of it all, but Egypt... They've now gone. They've gone fully crazy. Three P90s and an XM. So that kind of crazy affair will continue.
They're having a great time. Yeah, you can tell. They're just enjoying life a lot. So again, we know that we're going to be seeing these guys in Morocco already. So the real test for them, I'm sure, will be playing some of the countries that maybe are a little bit closer to their own level once we get there. I think it's going to be quite exciting to see Because we're not getting like even a real display of like Egypt's skill level at the moment. I'm sure when they get tested more severely, it'll be more interesting too.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a taste with that Algeria game, but I think the real test will come down to that Tunisia match in a little bit of time. I mean, that's
Yeah.
later on today. I think that's 4 hours from now, so that'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah, suppose like at least one guy in chat is saying that apparently the Algerian internet has been like slowed down or buffered or whatever, or maybe even shut down because of exams in the country. So I guess they don't want, you know, they want to make sure that people are focused or whatever the case may be. But either way, that's probably the source of the delay. I'll take your word for it. But I'm sure they'll be back, and then we can we get that game underway too. Again, bomb's going to be planted here. They do have at least a numbers chance of it. Oh, that shotgun, even at range, it can do some damage at random times. Yeah, Alone's having a good time with it. Making a lot of money in the process, and it's going to be a 6th round here for Egypt. As you could see, Eskimo is just a little bit too far away without a kit or anything else, and going to be hunted down eventually.
The auto shotty has kind of rose in a little bit of popularity. I feel like when CS2 first came out, because of just how the swinging mechanic was kind of
yeah, true.
bettering the tees. But I mean, they have nerfed it a little bit as of recent. It's nice to see it still in effect. I kind of want to see that more in pro play. I mean, you see it so much on Nuke, like Top Hut and stuff like that. But I mean, I think it can be used on a lot of different maps. There's a lot of usage that you can get out of it in some close range situations. Maybe side haul here on Vertigo. Maybe you play it close range on Danger on the B site.
Yeah, I mean, why not? It is a viable gun for sure. I guess it's just like the thing that stops you from using it more is you know that feeling sometimes when you're at medium range and you hit somebody and it looks like it should have done so much damage, but it kind of only does like 27, and you're like, what? Just, you know, I think like the lack of reliability on that weapon maybe is the thing that's causing it to be a frustrating. But I think it's fun to use. Like, it's also just like it sounds amazing, you know.
Yeah,
like a certain
everybody just runs terrifying when you hear that noise on the other side of the map. Well,
yeah,
Ghana, they want to try and get some kills back, and again, they're gonna try to save, but Isaac Einstein is spotted, and what?
Ooh.
Okay, there we go. I thought neither player saw them on their screens, but yeah, I guess the no scope was trying to come out.
The MP5 has like the opposite problem to the auto shotty. It just sounds like you're hardly even shooting real bullets, right? It sounds like you're shooting like airsoft pellets at people. Like, it's obviously got a silencer on, so I guess it makes sense, but it's just not that convincing. I feel like they can still make it sound more lethal. And more people would use it probably. 7-0 right now in favor of Egypt, for those of you keeping count at home. And yeah, obviously that's kind of what we expect. I mean, there's nothing yet that Ghana have shown us that makes us think, all right, this is going to be you know, a different kind of map. There is a bit of a pause, I think, in effect, so they'll get back into it. But yeah, we just, apart from the ping potential issues for Ghana, that you can just tell that the Egyptian squad is so much more well versed in this game. Are they all going to buy all auto shotguns? Hell yes.
I love this. Give it to me. FaZe is considering holding on to the A1S, and he's been the only one, I feel, that has not adopted whatever antics Egypt go for, and I don't like that. I really don't appreciate the kind of lack of camaraderie from this guy. Pick it up.
Yeah,
Come on.
you have
Pick it
to.
up. Oh, come on, man.
There's always one. There's always one person to ruin the fun, isn't there? But the rest, they've got the right idea. Auto shotguns. What a terrifying idea, being run down by like 3 people with auto shotguns. That's just, you just listen to the sound of it. It's absurd. Although they actually are losing a couple of people left and right here. The bomb is in the middle. Oh, but the grenade will get him. All right, fair play.
It works. And look, man, FaZe, those 2 kills don't count, okay? You were set up. You were set up there in that entire situation. Now what's being dropped? Dual Berettas. So a little bit of a roulette going on. from the Egypt guys. Just spinning a wheel, seeing what weapon it lands on, and buying it, I guess. Oh. Okay, Kriegs? Yeah, let's do Kriegs. We saw a little bit of this in the last series, and we saw how potent that could be. Of course, Ghana have struggled to kind of keep in step there.
Yeah. Well, they're still applying the same speed to the game that we've seen earlier, Egypt. And I mean, why not? Why would they want to slow this down? You might as well just power on through. Okay, a couple of good kills here. Bit of a flank and a potential. Ives gets a headshot. Here we might go. Oh, I want them to win one round. That. Oh, but he's disconnected in the middle of it, hasn't he? Oh no, it's Ives again back there. He got a couple of kills and then he just DCs from the server. It's devastating.
No, and there was a kill for Antonor White as well onto FaZe. Bingo was planting the bomb, so maybe there was a world. Maybe there was a world. Oh, that is just heartbreaking for Ghana. And, I mean, you really got to root for these guys to at least just get a round on the board, you know? It's just unfortunate circumstances, and they'll have to get back to it.
You could see it was in the making. Just get that one round, but wasn't meant to be. Some typing going on in the server. I'm sure that they're trying to decide, what are we doing? Are we pausing the game or are we going to play on? I don't know if they're all on the... Hard to tell. But yeah, it's more of the same. But there was a real chance in that one. Yeah, there we go. He is disconnected. So hopefully we can get it back online. I'm sure it's like an internet thing. All right, he's restarting his game client apparently. Word around the campfire is that the Tunisia Algeria game has been rescheduled to 5 o'clock CST. So yeah, hopefully they can get him. They can get him in there. That's good.
Okay. That's good. At least that we can have the game going, because I honestly think that that was my match of the tournament in a lot of ways, just to see two teams that have already seen the land stage at the last year's ISF and now have an opportunity to kind of go head to head. We spoke to what's his name, Pote, about the situation between those two teams. They're both friends with one another. They both played against each other many times. So to see that kind of rivalry would have been really fun to see. So definitely like try to find a way to get an IP or something and catch that game if you can.
Yeah, I think that's that could be an interesting matchup, especially if you want to be more well versed once we get to Morocco. Like, it might be worth having a sense of how they're doing. I'm certainly going to be keeping up with that game regardless. Here we go, round number 10, and we've got everyone back on the server. Ooh, not ready for the Tech-9. The rush is in. This is the power of the Tech-9. Just run and gun. Ives again. When he's not disconnected, he's probably the best player at the moment, and trying to do some real damage here. 1 versus 3 for him.
Can't now. He's lined up one, but can't find the connection on the second. Near opportunity there for Iesf again. And yeah, as you said, I do feel like he is their best player. Does have an opportunity to at least improve in that sense, but yeah, the connection is a major issue. I hope we can see these guys on the LAN stage, just to see, like, you know, without any internet issues, without any ping issues, what would it be like? Is it really that hampering them? And you know, of course, there is still some fundamental issues with the team, but at least just to see them all on low ping and Iesf not disconnecting, maybe they could have snagged around here. That I feel like.
Yeah, like he's the one that's got the kills so far, so it'd be cool to see him have a real crack at it where he's not suffering from anything else. 5 AWPs, Paladin, on the T side. What do you say?
I think SK tried double op setup at one point, triple op. That was like a whole thing for them. But Envy had 4 ops. This is a little bit different. And Egypt will just get themselves an 11th. It doesn't matter. It's all free real estate.
Yeah, they are having a great time. Just enjoying everything. They're all 5 AWPers. Trying to see if they can no-scope their way out of this one, but regardless, they're going to get the round, yeah. Someone's asking in the chat, where's the server based? I'm actually not sure. I think last time we actually were playing on a European server. I truly don't know the server landscape for the region, so I couldn't easily tell you what's in Düsseldorf, yeah, so it unfortunately could be that that's like the most, like the one where everyone can kind of connect to and have a good time. It's hard to say. Well, here we go. We got Scout now in the middle, hoping to get some cool headshots off. You can tell that they are super not worried about what's going down here. But again, this is how Ghana could pick up that one round, and you never know in the grand scheme of things if that round is going to be important when it comes to the qualifiers. So just, again, it sounds ridiculous, but one round might be the difference. Not for Egypt so much, but maybe more so for Ghana. It's going to be another 12-0 half.
It's just so unfortunate, man. Having these scoped weapons run at you and not being able to shut them down, it's the most, like, painstaking round losses for themselves. And, of course, you've got players that aren't even oppers looking like oppers on the server right now.
Yeah, they're just having such a good time.
I know, right? Yeah, it's insane. But Egypt, 12-0. They've got a chance to find that clean sheet of 26 rounds in a row. And it looks like everybody have opted in for dual Berettas, if I'm not mistaken. So this is about to get very ugly.
Yeah, all the dualies in the middle. It's a powerful setup, although Anthony White, hold on. Taking a couple of good kills where Zoe gets one in return. That's Ives going down, unfortunately. So 2 versus 3 all of a sudden, but still. Ghana maybe with a chance here. If they can win this fight against Alone, he's getting some backup though. The dualies are coming in. Where's Zoe up top? The flashbang is good to set it up. And oh, they're getting the kills back. He's low on bullets, but it's all on Anton or White at the Alone now against 2. Oh, actually got 1. They got the other kill. Fair enough. Where's Zoe sneaking in? Ghana, can they get the 1 round on the ball?
No!
Stolen away. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
29 HP, the difference between celebrations for Ghana and commiserations to them as well. But Egypt will take that 26-0. They will continue on their campaign here in the North African qualifiers. And you know, you gotta give credit to Ghana to at least, you know, show up, keep it competitive in a couple of these rounds. But Egypt clearly were just a cut above. It didn't matter what weapon they bought, Anders. They were just kind of steamrolling the competition.
Yeah, there's no other way to put it, unfortunately. Yeah, well done overall for Egypt. Obviously, sort of keeping it cool, having a little bit of fun with it along the way, because why not, really? When you know you're probably going to win anyway, you're going to be fine with it. But yeah, Ghana played with a couple of connection issues along the way, and then obviously just the experience difference level here is huge, as you can tell. But hopefully in time for the Iesf World Championship, that's something that's going to change, right? Like there's going to be more of an emphasis. Maybe Ghana could return and just, you know, slowly show some progress over time. That'd be quite interesting. That's something that I'm looking forward to anyway. But as per usual, I think we're going to try and get somebody from the Egyptian team on when once they finish the game and they get out, log out, everything. We'll try and get them on and have a little bit of a conversation with them. But wow, this was yeah, another rough day in the office for Ghana.
Well, the other broadcasted stream, we were trying to get Nigeria and Algeria, but of course with the internet issues, Nigeria actually get the forfeit win, which is very interesting. I mean, now that means they have a round or a win posted on the leaderboard, so they actually jump over Ghana. And look, I do believe, okay, has Ghana played Algeria yet? Yeah, they have. They've already lost, so they can't get that potential FFW. So Nigeria have been given a second lease on life and really do have an opportunity to potentially get themselves locked in to that 4th spot, which that would be an absolute bummer for Ghana to note that that matchup might not even matter.
Yeah, that's pretty devastating for them if that's going to be the case. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. We'll get some updates for you guys. I think FaZe might be joining us on behalf of the Egyptian team, so we'll try and get him on the line and have a bit of conversation with him. But overall, yeah, just again, the Egyptian team. What do you think between Egypt and Tunisia? Which do you have a sense of, like, which team looked more comfortable?
Honestly, I liked a little bit more of Egypt's gameplay. You know, on Vertigo, it felt like they were kind of just messing around towards that tail end, but the initial start to that map and how they played Mirage as well, it felt like they've really just been putting in the work, and yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing them develop.
I agree. We got FaZe with us. We'll see if we can get on the camera too. I'm not sure, but welcome, FaZe, either way. Congratulations on the victory.
Hey, thank you so much. How's it going, guys?
Good man, good. Happy to have you here. We've been having a bit of a back and forth conversation. It feels like the top three countries in the region is Egypt, Tunisia, and Algeria at the moment. Do you have an internal sense yourself of which country is stronger at the moment?
Honestly, like seeing the amount of time that we put in the pracs the previous months, I would say like we're more prepared than any other team for now, and we are actually like saving some like really good stuff for the LAN, you know. So
Do you have
Nice.
the belief to qualify all the way to Riyadh? Because clearly there is a level being shown that's good enough to qualify to Morocco, and you have an opportunity to potentially play there. Does it feel feasible at this point?
yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're actually aiming like to get like to qualify to the main event, you know, like in Saudi Arabia. We don't
Mhm.
actually like we're not gonna. I mean, like we're focusing mainly on the Saudi Arabia LAN, you know, like but
Nice.
yeah,
I
we're
would.
just
Do you have a sense? Because I think you guys ended up playing on a Düsseldorf server. Like, what is the server landscape like for Counter Strike in Egypt? Like, is it easy to find servers to play on, or like, what's the like locally? Could you play with Algeria, or are you playing on European servers? How's that working out?
European servers. Yeah, for Egypt, the best things on is on France and Germany.
Okay, interesting. So
Yeah.
that might even be a way to improve the region over time. I'm curious, how many of you have LAN experience? Like, is Morocco going to be the first for many of you, or how's that feeling at the moment?
For most of us, like we played locally, but for me, I was playing Valorant before,
Yeah,
so
cool.
I traveled a lot and stuff. So I have some LAN experience.
Nice. Okay, I think
Yeah.
that's super valuable. That's something that I'm hoping as well to get out of it. Well, that's really good to hear. Paladin, you've got any last questions before we let FaZe get on with this day?
Yeah, how do you feel about where African CS is right now? Because I do like the initiative that's come in last year with Iesf, and this year the kind of expanded land format. How are you feeling as far as that landscape is concerned?
Like honestly, I feel like only ISF is like the only tournament holding down the African scene, you know. So at least for
Mhm.
now, so
Yeah.
that's really good to see.
Yeah,
Awesome,
true.
that's it for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one of the prospects that I'm excited for is like growing Counter Strike in different regions. I think it's definitely worth it. Well, we don't want to
Yeah.
steal any more of your time, FaZe. We appreciate it so much.
Thank you
Congratulations
so
on the
much.
win once again. We'll be seeing you guys obviously in Morocco, so that's really exciting. I look forward to that as well. And just again, have a good day.
You too, guys. See you.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So he's really confident too, right? Like in the level of preparation, in the time that they put in. I think that's exciting. That's a good sign. So we'll see once they get to play Algeria and Tunisia how that's going. They already played Algeria once. It was a really close game, but once they get to land, we'll see if that experience is going to be shining through.
Yeah, the eyes being already set on Riyadh is a really interesting one. Of course, I mean the teams that have already qualified for land, that's Morocco, Mauritius, Namibia, and South Africa. It's not necessarily the most contentious already qualified team. So yeah, I think that it's totally fine to have this kind of eyes set to a prize like that. But of course, it's a long road there, and then when you get to land, everything kind of changes. I feel
Oh
like
yeah,
everything that you've practiced, all that potential that can be potentially shown on the server, it might just get thrown out the window because nerves, it can definitely set in. And of course that environment, it has broken many a pro player, let alone just uh, kind of blooming
yeah.
prospective players as well. So I'm very curious to see how it's going to shape up for Egypt, but the signs are there that it can actually work for them.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's nice to have a little bit of experience on the team. Like even if it's in Valorant, I still think it flows over. Like it's nice to have that for FaZe. So I appreciate that. Apparently tomorrow we've got the women's tournament as well. Ghana versus Nigeria. That's going to be at 5, and then again at 8 o'clock. It's going to be Nigeria versus Tunisia happening. So same channel. They'll be back tomorrow for that one, so you don't want to be missing that. I like the fact that they've got the women's tournament as well. I think that's kind of cool to have. Again, like we're trying to grassroots all of this up, so why not bring in the women's side of it too? I think that's important. But that's about it. I don't think we have anything else for you guys. Obviously, there's less to analyze in a game like this one. And there's an ice cream truck outside that's ruining my audio for some reason. Crazy days. But yeah, that's pretty much the end of it. Paladin, you got any closing words, any thoughts?
I'm so excited for a new continent to rise in the grassroots. It's always a very difficult ask to kind
Yeah.
of bring along another side of the globe into the fold of something like esports, but that's what esports is all about. It's a completely global esport, and I can't wait to see this part of the world also join in on all the fun, because I will always want to include every country, every continent as much as possible. So I'm very thrilled to see the early developments straight away within this qualifier itself.
Yeah, I agree. We're all gamers at the end of the day, so it's good to be connected in that sense. Well, I think that's pretty much it for us. We hope you guys had a great day. We will be back with more on the channel. Like we said, tomorrow is going to be part of the women's qualifier, and then we'll just keep going. So stay tuned, either here or on social media, and we'll keep you up to date with everything that's going on. But thank you for spending the day with us, and have a good one.